Good day, everyone. Now that we're into stage 3, it's time to progress with the main story a wee bit. We have 3 more worm hunt quests that we can do. Technically, you can move on with the game after completing 2 out of 4, but in doing so, you will lose the opportunity to complete all 4 of them. So, we're going to go ahead and do all of them now, as a couple of them are tied to future side quest parts that we will look at if we don't do them. Next, we have to rat a monster infestation at the Shadow Fort in the Midwest portion of Grancis. If you recall, this is nearby where we put our very first port crystal we found at the bottom of the other fall. That was in preparation for easily traveling to the fort. But first, I'll show you how escort quests can work. So this is an escort quest from Mercedes. The reward is actually a copy of the shield she uses, which you might take a fancy to. It's roughly equivalent to, it's the next shield up from the one Katarina is using here. It's actually the shield she'll be using in just a moment. Actually, I almost forgot. So, since we completed our first worm hunt quest, we can upgrade our equipment. Or I'm choosing to, rather, just for a sense of progression. Of course, my personal outfit's not going to change very much, appearance-wise. I had a bit of difficulty coming up with a look, a transitional look between this and then the final look we will get after we complete the main story. But pawn will at least change quite a bit. Oh, well, sort of. Rose and Griffith Clues. That's odd. I could have sworn I had a gold forged silver rapier. But we'll go ahead and equip it with this, I guess. It works. Now deposit the stuff we don't need anymore. Get rid of the rotten food. So, oddly, in the in-between state from something being fresh and from being completely rotten, it reeks it reaches a rank or moldy state, depending on the nature of the item, which is more potent than the fresh version. And of course the rotten version becomes quite poisonous, so you want to try to clean your pawn's inventory out of anything that's poisonous, so they don't end up poisoning themselves when they try to heal. Now, the Shadow Fort is over here, which is just hop, skip, and jump northwest of the rest camp in Devilfire Grove. However, I'm going to go ahead and save because this could go very wrong. So, the Shadow Fort is both where the story quest that we have acquired takes place and where Mercedes wants to go. So, to get her there, we can just walk along the road here up into the mine, which is fine. Obviously the mine's clear. There might be some small goblins on the way to the mine, and then the quickest path is north here, where it's a forest full of hobgoblins. Nothing major. Now, trying to escort her through before you've cleared the mine out gets a bit sketchy, having to fight ogres with her in tow. But I've actually done it before, and she holds her on quite well. She is a knight after all. But we will just tally there to save time. Either way, we'll fight some hobgoblins. However, after you complete your first worm hunt quest, there's an interesting little event that happens if you leave at the southern gate. A caravan has been attacked just outside Grand Soren by a band of gobbies. But there's a little more to it than just that. Notice that shadow. Meet the next big boss monster for this portion of the game. The Griffin. After this little encounter, Griffin will now begin watch out, he is weak to fire, greatly weak to fire. He obviously loves to fly. There he goes. He took off with the ox. What are you doing now? Please put the goblin down. The goblin is not your family. Interesting, they're both doing this. Can't say I've seen that before. Or one got away. Griffin, weak to fire, basically immune to lightning, and as you can see, can generate lightning and use it in attacks. There more? Or is that the same one? Luckily Mercedes is okay. Let's go ahead and use our fairy stone to go to Devilfire Grove. Incidentally, you might be curious about why it's called Devilfire Grove. I will do my best to very carefully show you. So if we leave by the west path here, to our left will be some hobgoblins and an armored cyclops, but we're not worried about that. What we're worried about is over here. Be very sneaky, very careful. That's strange. Should be able to see it by now. Ah, there he is. There is your first encounter with a Dragon King that you can fight in this game. This looks rather like the dragon that took our heart, but much, much smaller. This is a Drake, a small fire dragonkin. He has the same exact resistances that the big boss dragon that will, in the main story has, which is immune to fire, weak to ice, weak to dark, also very resistant to holy magic. He's a very physical, brutish type, and he's also stuck in a tree over there, which is just where we'll leave him for now. We could probably tango with him just fine, but I don't want to risk Mercedes. Something you need to know about Dragonkin if you decide to face one. They can grab. They have a grab attack. They can grab you or the pawn. If they grab you, they'll slam you into the ground and do massive damage. In hard mode, unless you're particularly high level or really well armored, it's probably a one-shot. Easy ass. Let's whip out the staff. No, I was caught mid-animation. But, so if he grabs you, he'll slam you into the ground and do massive damage. Also, yes, he can fly. And he's coming this way. That's a bad. We want to avoid that. Luckily, he does not seem to go to the road. His AI seems to be programmed to stay over there. So he can leap in the air and then slam down really quickly. That's very dangerous. It does approximately all of the damage. He has a tail swipe, full 360-degree spin with said tail swipe. Also very dangerous. He can just tackle, he can breathe fire, of course. Alright, and the grab, if he grabs you, he slams you into the ground, but if he grabs a pawn, he can possess them and then they will attack you. That's why it's good to have any possession immunity that you can mush to. Unfortunately, we're running a little low. Well, she's fine because of this bitter black cape she's wearing gives 100% resistance for it. But the others, not so much. So your pawn can actually be temporarily turn into your enemy if they get possessed by a dragonkin. Definitely something you need to watch. It's actually something I would recommend trying to get a resistance for when you design whatever armor sets you want to wear at the end. Also a reminder that since it's stage 3, that there will be updated shop inventories. Also, dragon can all have they can, if they roar, they will insta-kill all 3 pawns. So you'll have to quickly pick them up if you want them to help you fight. They're nasty buggers in general. drakes being quite hearty and physical and brutish, generally lean more towards physical defense and less resistant to magic. And then another dragonkin are worms, which are ice flavored. Oh jeez. We can't even fight goblins in peace. We will, just not at the moment. Now, similarly to the road, he doesn't seem to come this far. For one, I don't think he can fit through these boulders, which is lucky for us. So, other lesser dragonkin, worms. Worm is the frosty ice variant, and they specifically specialize in spellcasting. So, unlike Drake's resistances, which weak to ice, resistant to fire and holy. Okay, weak to ice and dark, but resistant to fire and holy. Worms are resistant to ice, or flat out immune to ice, but weak to fire. And they fight quite a bit differently than drakes. They still have the roar and the possession grab. They even have some basic tackles and tail whips and the spin. However, they predominantly attack by very quickly casting spells. Powerful spells. Alright, as you can see, she gave us her shield. I'm being weighed down pretty hefty here. Oh dear, that's fine. It's better than me being weighed down. And this is the Shadow Fort. Third type of lesser dragonkin are wyverns, who, as you might have guessed, are lightning flavored, and they're the aerial fighters of the group. They were constantly flying. Need to talk to this bloke. He lets us know the situation. We need to sneak in. So we hop in this hole. Watch out for bats. Oh, I still have that notice board quest. Jeepers, what are you doing, mate? Now we've snuck into the fort successfully. Couple gobbies there, hobgoblin in the corner. Another one over there. Make sure to check the treasure chests if you like. There can be some interesting things here in chests. For example, if you like the wolf fair capes, there are actually helmet variants as well. If you like the more barbarian wildman look. What? Now why'd you do that for? Of course we can't go that way, but just watch out for that bugger. He loves to surprise like that. As you can see, we're up here on the roof. However, there's our destination. That's the fort proper. This is still the gatehouse. However, we need to open the main gate to let the soldiers in, but the lever's missing. Now this is a bit tricky because they're ballistic when the portcullis is up there, manned by goblins. You might even see the little bug over there. And then there's a second one over here, hidden in the shadow. As you can see, there are a group of hobgoblins down on the ground level with 2 armored cyclopes. So the idea is, typically crossing over here is what triggers the ballista to start shooting at you. Yeah. Notice that there's a ballista here. So what we need to do is attempt to use the explosive shot to shoot and blow them up. This is also a bit of a thing that can happen, because your pawns generally want to shoot the enemies down there as opposed to trying to take out the ballista. Also, if you let them shoot your ballista enough, I don't think I got it. It's a bit tricky to hit. Honestly, I think we got them. Good, good, good. It's a bit... That one is easy enough to aim at, because you can clearly see it, but that one's in such shadow, and it's such a distance that often your bolt and their bolt will strike in midair and explode each other. So now, we're free to clear out the fodder down here. Easy now, mate. Come on. Come on. Come on. Jump from that one over to this one. Alright, is that one's helmet already fell off? How'd that happen? Well, that's fine. That one's torpid. Oh dear. So much for acquiring higher level pawns. They could hopefully stand up to a bit more punishment. Although I think she fell, so not really anything she can do about that. So after we take these 2 down, we will find the lever to place up there and open that main gate. Then there will be a minor scuffle between us, the soldiers of the fort, and some more hobgoblins that show up. And then we take the fort. It took you an awful while to cast Fulmination. I should probably get back to casting 11. Oh. Easy as. Two Cyclopes down. Nothing dropped from this one, unless they've already looted it. Or it's over here. So now, that door is barred by a board, so we have to climb the ladder, which is a bit of a thing if they're still shooting at you up there. Not to mention the fact that they're shooting at you when you're trying to fight. It's definitely a thing. Now that's open, easy access, some mithridate if you get poisoned. So, there are these holes in the ground, here and there. If you set your character to the smallest height available, you can fit through these little goblin holes. And it's actually a requirement for pawn knowledge to do so. So, at some time, once you unlock the ability to freely edit your character, I recommend going ahead and doing that real quick. Then you can quickly edit the character back to normal height after doing so. Basically all they do are easy ways to travel in between these little buildings like this. So there's nothing spectacular in them, but it is a neat little mechanic if you happen to be very, very small. I must say, but in here is where we find another port crystal. I think I'm carrying 2 of the bloody things now. Couple more gobbies. There's the lever. And in here, it's typically a regular Sayer cart, which at this point in the game you've long since surpassed. Now that we have the lever, let's open this gate. That's what I just said, love. So again, the lever goes over here. Have to press the button to put it in, press the button again to open it. Now we have to run back over here, unless you want to splot off to get back to the ladder. Mounted, please. You lost is doing. And now we have a little scuffle. This is another reason why it's good to have taken the ballista up there down, because they'd still be shooting here and probably kill some of the guards. And you actually get a better gold reward if all the guards survive. Which really isn't that difficult to do. Now, little reinforcement gobbies will be coming from that hole and that hole. Just a few of them. But after taking them all down, alright, eventually the door will open. Watch out for more jumpy boys trying to surprise you. They do like to do that. Generally there, a couple more. Ah, that was unfortunate. Now that we've cleared the little ones out, go ahead and pop a couple pots just to be safe. Go ahead and grab her once and maybe she'll stay out. And up here, some stairs that lead up to the roof where the ballista were. As you've probably noticed, as said before, it seems like the later you get in the game, the more common these giant coin patch drops are. Oh dear, I seem to have went the way of the Dardar. I was unlucky. How far back are we though? Not too bad. Yeah, just at the scuffle. The uneven ground makes climbing onto that ladder a wee bit tricky. Or that shouldn't have been happening. That shouldn't be happening. Oh well. Bug doing the reloading. Because that ballista should have been broken. Let's see. Maybe one here. Alright. And back in here. Back up the stairs. Can be a tricky place up here to fight this armored cyclones. Yeah, sure enough, this thing respawned for some reason. He seems to get tangled out. He can actually fall off this roof and kill himself. I think that could aim anywhere worthwhile. Or she already climbed high enough to trigger him to take off his mask. That was lovely. they're down like this, it's a good time to use combustion. Wider area to burn. And some sweet revenge. Believe it or not, we just about have this place lit. Of course, more stairs. Except this time it's hobgoblins instead of just smaller gobbies. Well, until we get down here, and we got a whole flock of them. Alright, that didn't work like it was supposed to. Alright, and there's the boss, which all he is souped up hobgoblin. Oh no, they've triggered his. They actually. Okay, well, we take those. So that was a fierce. Normally, he tries to escape, he jumps out the window, you follow him. He comes in this hole, which is different than the others because you can't fit no matter what your size is. And I recommend doing your best to catch up and kill him. Or finish him off before he escapes. It's just free experience because he gives boss level experience, despite being a slightly stronger hobgoblin. Go ahead and speak to him to get your reward. And I'll go ahead and show you what's down here, because a couple side quests will take us here just a bit later into the game. Also, I'm going to once again give here some healing pots. That's a good loss. Now in here, the Frontier Caverns. She's not lying. There's chock-a-block full of all kinds of goblins in here, hiding in all little corners. We just missed each other. That's pretty amusing. That's another thing, but sometimes they can be a bit glitchy about spawning and not showing up until you get into the corner itself. Lots of money here. Devil Warts. What do those do? I've never picked one up before. That's kind of amusing. Store some health. Okay. Some moldy apple here if you need to top off some health. Oops, even stores more health. Some gold up here, of course. So this is as far as you can explore to this point, because you come to a gate. However, you can already see some little gobbies in there. So, clearly this is a little fighting arena. But What will you be fighting in there? Well, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? You're done here, so you can freely teleport back to Grand Soren and turn the quest in. And after doing this, a second Worm Hunt quest. Three Chimera, we can do that. In fact, if you'll recall, just heading here to the Wilted Forest, there was a Chimera there, and another right here, and then another right here. So there are three just along this path here. Nice easy shot to get them. So after turning in this second Worm Hunt quest, technically we can already move on with the game and advance the story, but that will cancel the other two, and we can't have that, so we'll go ahead and do the others as well. Yeah. We'll investigate a cult. It's night time, so it's a good time to do so. If you'll recall, we were ambushed at night when instead of bandits there were some cultists casting magic just outside Grand Soren. The cult, whose name is Salvation, also one of their members met with that particular knight that we followed in a quest for Mason, then unlocked Madeline as a vendor in Grand Soren, opened their shop up. So this is an investigation into them. In fact, if you do only do two Worm Hunt quests, and this isn't one of them, you get locked out of some potential side quests later in the game, or the next stage that again involves them. So definitely recommend doing all 4 of the quests. Talk to him. He gives us a badge to flash around to trick the goobers into saying too much and thinking we're a member. There are various people we can talk to, but there's a crooked guardsman that's actually along the path we came to get down here that we can speak to, and he'll tell you where the secret, not so secret meeting place is of the buggers. The catacombs. Now, there are several ways into the catacombs. However, said ways are locked until one opens at the end of this quest, and then another back door, we manually open. So, here is one way in. Here's a rear passage that we open ourselves, but right now we're expected to do the main entrance, which is here. So once again, wild balls. I forgot I already had that one. Incidentally, if you still need more phantoms, there will be phantoms in the catacombs every time, so that's lovely. I didn't turn that in. You will also complete these, so be prepared to get a metric ton of skulls. I'll actually grab the snakeskin pierce right quick. This should be in materials. Should be down here. Usually I only grab the one. This could be a bit tricky to find. Should be in materials. Also fairly certain it looks like a bag. Okay, it's not here. Maybe it's here. No. No. Surely it's not. Here. I always just immediately turn it in, so I never see where it's categorized. I have way too many bloody skulls. I must have just missed it. Let's see. It must still be here. Snakeskin pierce. Yeah, I just missed it before. I'm actually blind. However, did I have any? Yeah. Also, go and take care of that. Oops, ran her over. Nah. Chamberlain's affidavit. Alright, 10 then. So the Chamberlain's affidavit we also picked up in Fornival's home the first time we visited. First needed to pause this heavy stuff. I don't need this or these. I don't need those yet. Not sure why they don't take that from you. And we're back to very light. Oh dear, what was I after? Oh, right, this. Yes. Actually, oh dear, which one's the mage? Lisa. That's something I should have done to begin with. Worm King's ring is a special little item that we actually, storyline-wise, haven't acquired yet. But it, as it says, it speeds up your spell casting. And it actually stacks with the augment that does the same, Articulacy. So having both of them can make your spell casting quite zippy. Well, I should probably actually turn the bloody thing in, since I got it. Also, quick detour before we head to the catacombs. To Khazardus, to check it and the encampment's notice boards. As while there aren't any side quests that get added in Stage 3, besides shop merchants getting new gear, there are new notice board quests that get added. Those take some doing. Mainly because there are only 2. No, there are 3, never mind. They're just spread all across the map, unlike the Chimera. Well, technically the Chimera are as well. But just the Chimera are spawning very close together. Or there are a set of them that spawn close together. Reminder, if you need Seekers tokens, that there are 2 down there that respawn every 7 in-game days. Down on the rocks. On the beach. Skeleton Magi and 29 oxen. And with that, let's see. Ransoren. I should already grabbed the ones here, but oh, there are more. Ah, this is a bugger. So, in a playthrough, if I'm doing a soul vocation playthrough, even as completionist as I am, notice board quests that involve killing beards, depending on the class I am, may have to go uncompleted. Because, for example, fighter or warrior, slaughter some of the livestock to get to work on these notice board quests. Don't worry, they grow back. Just exit the door and come back and they'll be magically alive again. So no one will be any the wiser. Fighter and warrior, for example, have a great difficulty in actually killing those blasted beards because they fly away as you near them, as beards are wont to do. Whereas all of the other classes have ways of hitting them at range. Now we come through here at night and skellies are spawning all over the place. So do be careful. There will also be phantoms spawning just a wee bit further up. Oh dear. Reminder that skellies are resistant to magic. Not super resistant as a phantom. Also, be on the lookout for phantoms drops as Renard needs a miasmite, which drop from them. Unfortunately, it's the rare drop, and the common one are the shards. Yet another shard. That one didn't drop anything. No skellies. Now, the one exception to skellies being resistant to magic is of course Holy, which absolutely shreds them. Yet another shard. Oh, there was a second one there. Or not. Well, if we want more phantoms, besides the catacombs themselves, there are more just scattered throughout the woods here. And up here is a nearby healing spring. I'll actually show you. During the day, there are actually a group of hobgoblins surrounding an armored cyclops up here. There's also a camp which, with hobgoblins, seem to have invaded. It's usually around this tree here, where they are. So we've completed enough skellies, so now we suddenly have 6 skulls. Another shard, unlucky. I should have quite a few miasmite, but I'm trying to do proof of concept here. Scrap iron. There they are. As you can see, the Cyclops is still here. And down here, these are how the healing springs look. There are 3. They won't even... They completely... You're immune to everything when you're in one. You rapidly regenerate health. In fact, now if something attacked you, you will take damage, but you'll also regen really quickly, so it's give or take. There are actually 3 of these on the map. There's one here, one up here, which I like to put Port Crystal at, just because there's some common escort missions that I typically partake that are there. And then the third one is down here, just southwest of Devil's Fire Grove. See, the issue with all these skulls is I can't just get them to the pawns because they will use them, as in they'll throw them at the enemies. And we have a notice board quest to turn in 66 of the buggers, so it's not very conducive to collecting said large amount of the buggers when your pawns are chucking them around like beads at Mardi Gras. Unlike phantasms, if there are any phantoms still alive, which are lightning flavored, regular phantoms are not immune to lightning. So if this little bugger had have gotten close enough, that high fulmination would have dealt with it. Another shard. Pain Picker. Jasper Blossom. Might be useful for something. There is as we've checked out a little bit with combining airtight flasks with certain meats, fish to preserve them. There is a combining system in this game to combine 2 or 3 items to create a new one. And there are some neat stuff you can combine. It's not something that I've fiddled with very often. I just haven't had the occasion. But do be aware you can do some interesting combinations. In fact, I think it's spring water. So say you need to collect sour and broizel meat. But you waited too long to store it or find an airtight flask for it. Sorry, it rotted. I believe it's spring water that can restore it to being completely fresh. And then you can wait for it to sour again and then pop it in an airtight flask. That's what we call hitting the wrong button. Alright. And here is the front entrance of the catacombs. Go ahead and stand by the ripped crystal in case the pawns are damaged at all. You can even go in it to make you a nice checkpoint save. Pawns get really chattery to tell you the history of this place. Sort of an altar to an earth god. Jewel of Silence. Moldy Pumpkin. As you can see, there's yet another one of these gates that are locked by a board on the other side. So, once we get over there, do be sure to break the bolt. Interesting little thing, if your pawn has... You can actually light these just for, well, extra light. Alright, rotten and broizel meat. I don't think we have any spring waters to test. There definitely is something, some combination you can do to cure rotted items, but I am not 100% certain what it is. If you'll notice, there's a hole up there. Now, your pawn, yes, your pawn will point out, if they have area knowledge, that it'd be nice if we had something to step on to get up there. Now, if you're a yellow class, well, you just double jump and there you are. Can maybe even just, well, if you hadn't taken the lid off of this, like I want to do, just levitate over. But if you're an unfortunate soul that chose to play fighter warrior, we've got you covered, mate. Remember this? Okay, you didn't think we'd be seeing these again, did you? Don't get used to seeing them. They appear like once more that I know of. Now, it's a bit wonky, and for some reason it's stubborn about actually becoming solid for you to step on. There we go. It finally decided to be solid. Now you can just jump up regularly. Of course, there's... Well, It's yet again a chest that contains fire enchanted weapons, just like the chest in the quarry and the gathering spot in an area we haven't explored yet down here, Tomb of the Unknown Traveler. We will explore this area, maybe the next stream. There are some neat things over there. Ah, look at this large lad. He has a very unique constitution where if you hit him with fire, he blows up. And if there are enemies around, they'll get blown up as well. And if there are any more of him around, it'll be a chain explosion because now they will start to blow up. So you do be careful with opening these, because as you can see, that hurt me a little. There's a purple gas, a poison mist in some of these that will inflict curse on you, as well as just do damage in general. Now, generally you can see them if you look very closely and see a little bit of poison gas seeping out from the edges. But if you have bad eyes like I do, it's not the easiest thing to see. Probably even with good eyes, honestly. Easy lever to pull. To open this. Another one of these tubby boys. I seem to have killed him before I had a chance to blow him up. There'll be more that spawn here. There's chests over here, which can sometimes have some interesting stuff. Ah, there you go. When they're stood up like this, it's really easy to tell that that's got bad stuff in it. And just like that, inflicted with chaos. Chaos lowers your stats, your defense, and your attacks and such. Makes you more vulnerable in general. So, we can't go there yet. This is for a later side quest later in the game. Before you pull this lever to go down, make sure to open that up. Now you pull that, and then it's kind enough to wait before you get onto it before it actually starts to lower. Now we're down to the next level. Of course, there's a lever to go back up. More creepy crawlies. You came over here just to inflict torpor on this poor dead woman. There's another key that we will go in later. So over here is besides some gold, is the final journal entry. Perhaps we can proof of concept this, or they pierce through and hit both of them. Shame. Let's go ahead and take these out because they're annoying. Oh, my asmite this time. Unfortunate for us. Yet another lever door. And here, there's some skeleton magi. 3 of the buggers. I'm not sure why they didn't aggro yet, but there they are. Ah, that was rude. Oh. So, reminder that these jewels will cast a spell. This casts anodyne. So, it's a mage in your pocket, quite literally. I have a compulsion to open these. There's rarely anything of value in them. However, this does change later when we have an occasion to come back. So, over here is a set of salvation robes. Make sure to pick these up. You'll need them for the side quest later. I already have a set though, so I will forgo picking those up. I'm already way down. These are again skeleton knights as opposed to the regular variety, so they're just a wee bit tougher. Skeleton knights can either be fighters or warriors, but mostly they're more commonly fighters. Down the ladder. Now this is a chest that can, there we go. That is something you'll want to turn in for a notice board quest later, and that's the only place to get them. Now there are 2 more up here. Shield doesn't block explosions, mate. And here is a chest that typically contains, yes, a frame plate. Female only armor that you might like the look of. Any class can wear it. A lot of the lady bandits will wear them. And as we go further here, some zombies. And in here, more zombies, but more importantly, another ogre. I always forget that I should do this. While he gets angry, we'll just melt him. course, we could have just done this, but what's the fun in that? Ah, that explains it. Going to have to be careful about my stamina. We're very nearly done though. We're Dark Souls, we're fat rolling now. So this way, this is the way to actually complete the quest, but remember how I said there were two back doors, one of which opens with this quest, and the other you have to manually open yourself. Well, this is the way to that one. Ah, the infamous board across the bars. There we go. And there's the way out. This will take you out right here. The way out of where the way that this quest is going to take us. We actually come out right under the bridge. The stone bridge by the Saurians, right outside Grand Sorum. So that's fun. We'll see that in just a moment. Oh, Palpatine's giving his big evil speech. We need to go let him know he's not the Senate at all. This is where they are, but of course the door's locked. So we need to find another way to spy. Such as these conveniently placed stone slabs. And let us climb up here. And there we go. Easy as. Now, you can stand here and listen to his entire speech before he finally notices you, or you can get that cutscene started sooner by just jumping. Have to skip the cutscene, of course. He summons some zombies to distract you while they make their getaway. So Mason's captured one out here. They caught one as they tried to scare you away. And basically we either have the option of killing him after he's spoken to us, so he doesn't alert any of his mates, or leaving. However, either way he dies, because if we walk away, Mason will kill him anyway, and be disappointed in you. Now, the choice might have had consequences if the game wasn't rushed in development to the extent it was, and they were able to fully flesh out everything they wanted to. So, but as it is, there's no difference in whether you spare or kill him, because this is the last time you quest with Mason anyway. And as you can see, we're under the bridge. This stone bridge, which is where we came to go to the catacombs in the first place. So if we want to... as you can see, the ambush is spawned on these boulders. Even though these are regular lizardmen, they have, for some reason, acquired camouflage. Well, I say that, but the next place we're going, there are also regular lizardmen that can camouflage. So, it's not something their advanced cousins developed. Are you one from the river or one from the ambush? Okay, that answers that question. You're one from the river, though. Alright. So amusing. Sometimes, depending on how you've killed them, it's difficult to distinguish the look of the dead ones versus the sleeping ones. Also, important note that I forgot to make note of earlier when we witnessed a griffin for the first time. After triggering that cutscene, or honestly, you don't even have to trigger it. After completing the first Wyvern Hunt quest, griffin will now start randomly spawning in big field areas. So that can be this field, or they can be up here, or down here. Now, there's a bit of luck involved, so not just in getting him to spawn, which doesn't seem that rare to be fair, but the issue is sometimes he'll just fly around and leave, so you'll never have a chance to actually fight him. However, he does love eating oxen, so if you kill some of the oxen in the field out there, or say kill a goblin, then throw its corpse out by its lonesome, you can on occasion bait him down to go and get a meal. It doesn't always work though. Sometimes he's stubborn and still flies away. But it's needed for pawn knowledge for one. And two, it does work fairly often. His head's his squishy part. The rest of his body is pretty resistant to blows. He's weak to fire. Highly resistant to lightning. Highly resistant to lightning. Possibly even immune. But either way, pretty practically is. If you do enough damage to him and hit him with a strong enough fire, if he's in the air, he will actually dramatically crash into the ground. Oh, that's amusing. A skeleton key was enough to go from heavy to very heavy. So, we turn this one in, and now we accept the last one, Age of Research Team. The church sent a research team to a particular location to research about the dragon. So, we need to talk to the head priest over here to find out where he sent them. Turns out it's the Water God's altar, which we've already went past several times. And didn't even realize. Unless upon happened to have knowledge of the area and chatted about it, which is always possible. It's alright, we can unload these skulls very shortly. If... Do we even have the notice board quest for the skulls? The answer to that is no, not yet. That's odd. I thought we would have already had it. Or did we already do it? That's also possible. Oh well, we'll chuck them away for the moment. Don't need any of these materials. The journal entry we have no use of, or the salvations badge. This staff is still stronger than any of these rewards. Alright. Let's get rid of these Sega tokens. I want to check here in case. Celine is actually one of the escort missions that I like to complete. Just because I really like Celine, she's precious. Now. So. This is one of those cases where you can just easily... I went too bloody far. There we go. She wants to go to the far northern healing spring. So, we'll make it so. Don't blame her, it's a very lovely place here. Lots of deer all around. Very breezy though. That's an easy way to knock out your quest. Oh, now we have spring water. Do I still have the rotten embroideries on these? I do. Combine. Okay, so it's not spring water apparently. Maybe it's some mixture. No. Right. Dire wolves are here. There is chock-a-block full of dire wolves. This is actually a bit of a waste of time. This is nowhere near where we need to go. But wait, do I have a quest to kill dire wolves? Or did we already do it? We already did it. Alright. That's embarrassing. Definitely need some more oomph in my daggers. I just reflexively ninefold bolt. Make sure nothing's sneaking up from behind. And that just about got him licked. Don't take him over here, love. There we go. Let's make a quick trip back up to this hot spring, why don't we? There we go. Good as new, right as rain. So, Water God's Altar is actually right before you go into Moonbit Pass. So, there's the Way Castle. This is where we met Mercedes to start escorting the Hydra head through Moonbit Pass. But there's a little side path right before you get to this Way Castle that leads to the Water God's Altar. In fact, come to think of it, the Water God's Altar is a good place, or the Way Castle at least is a good place to put a port crystal. So I'll go ahead and grab one, and then we'll take a little trip on over there, and I'll show you the other shortcut. Although, maybe I already showed you, but We did the one in the field. So I'll show you the bandit pass. Or I actually remember going through that now. I guess I showed both of them. Either way, we'll take a shortcut and we will head to the mountain way castle. So, griffin spawns. Generally, they seem, again, the opportune word being seem, to be more common to spawn when it's a nice, clear, sunny day. So, keep an eye to the sky when that's the case. And like most large creatures, after you kill one, they have about 7-8 day respawn time. Although I'm unsure if that applies to each location that they can spawn individually or for the entire map. So I don't know if it counts as just the same griffin is what I'm getting at. I should think not, because there's quite a big difference between this area and this area, and then this area down here. So it seems strange that it would be the same griffin. I see the pawns already know where to go. Already know about the shortcut as well. Don't forget that there's a small squad of bandits up here. But by this point in the game, we should be more than a match for them. Wait, where's the archer on the ledge? What happened to Ledge, boy? I'll presume our archer sniped him. Out of the Twilight Zone got him. Remember, down there is the little river with the harpies bathing themselves and the Cyclops. Although I don't think he's respawned yet. We'll go ahead and place Port Crystal right here by the Rift Stone. That's what you get for standing there, mate. Now, there's the road that goes towards Casinus and the encampment. And here is a sneaky little path into the woods. A handful of goblins around. Nothing spectacular though. And there's one old goblin here leading them. Now, this way is actually a dead end. It doesn't lead to anything except for an interesting little ledge up here. I wonder. There's a way up there. Wonder if it's the double jump after all. I don't even think there's anything up there. I do know though that it's possible to go up there. But anyway. No sense wasting time. There's your little mining spot. Nothing spatial in this little area, but it's one of the hidden corners of the map that you might need to find for pawn area travel knowledge. I would not swear to that, but it's a bit vague, so it doesn't hurt to try. Little monies. Now, here's the proper way to the Water God's altar. Down here towards the river. This is the same river that leads down to where the Harpies and the Cyclops are, just beyond those falls. However, that's not where we need to go. We need to go across here. And over to this side, we'll find one of the researchers. His mate. He was a coward and left his mate behind, so we need to make sure everything's alright. It's impossible to come in here without getting wet, unless you have the Ring of Desiccation. So, it's best to just not even bother with your lantern until you get in here. Bloody parts everywhere. So, first point of pawn knowledge for this area is actually to walk up here and look here. Apparently these pawns all have foreknowledge of that particular area. Yep. Spoiler for ahead. Watch out for there's a snake there. Some Mithridate in case the snake bit you. Some rodents. So, there are a few rooms here. That one is locked. It looks like a moonbeam door. Probably because they reused the asset when they made Bitter Black Isle. Maybe. Or at least the base model. Some skellies spawn here. Some nice money. Nothing more over here though. Now, there are two other paths. The one to the right is flooded though, so we can't go there. Can't quite make that leap either. But, or we can go down this way. More bloody bats. This is another chest that can have lightning enchanted weapons, if I recall correctly. And we have some little saurian mates in here. Handful of them. After we kill them, this door opens and then a handful more of them come. So, go ahead and do your worst to them. Incidentally, it may be a good idea to go ahead and mine in here, because there's a particular item that you can only mine from the Water God's altar here, called a priceless artifact. Oh, thank you, love. Point proven. And you will need to turn in 5 of them in the post-game for a notice board quest. So, you have some time. Or you can just grab one like that and then take them to the Black Cat and forge the rest that you need. That's always lovely. Money. More money. This typically has some bronze gauntlets, yes. And here is a lever. But what does it go to? The lever doesn't fit that door that had a circular hole in it. However, if you recall, that wasn't the only place it was locked off to us. This area was. Now there's the bridge. Now if you look very closely, you can see the light shimmer. Sneaky boy right there. So, over here's the way to progress, but these buggers can be quite annoying if you don't go ahead and come over here and take them out. And that makes 5 skeleton magi that we needed to complete that particular run. Oh, they already killed. There's another one of these lizardmen over here. Another panacea. And now we're free to go and progress through the dungeon. That's right, we're in a water dungeon that actually, in a video game that isn't a complete nightmare to complete. I'm just as amazed as you are. So, our destination is this big room here. Specifically the glory stuff there. So, that's what remains of the researcher's mate that he abandoned in here. So we need to go deliver the bad news. And I'm sure you can already guess that that's not the end of it, because he's going to turn around and ask us to complete his mission for him now. Which is fine. They probably would have mucked it up anyway, let's be honest. Don't forget that there's just waterfall out here. What are you doing down there? So now we go right back to where we found the remains, because there was something in there that we didn't pay attention to the first time through. Oh dear, I'm already at light. I can't really shed weight either. There's a reason I'm worried about encumbrance here, because to complete the research that we need to complete is to collect 5 stone tablets, and each of them are heavy as all get out. That's right, there's a Cyclops in here. Just your friendly neighborhood clubby boy. Actually. That was a fulmination spell that exploded the pillars. That's what sorcerer man spells can do. However, there was something special about this one's eye. Water God's altar key. Also, up here, there's some nice treasure chests. Some ornate ones. Of course. The loot's hit and miss, of course. But now, also make note that there's a little place here where you can go down. Of course, we can't progress because, again, it's still flooded for the moment. But now, we have a way of opening that door that has the spherical indent in it. And now, the enemy's upgraded slightly. That's a sulfur saurian instead of a regular one. But he's not the only one. There's another right there. That's the last of those. No more lizardmen in this cave. However, little bone piles. That's ominous. Skeleton Knight, another Magi. There's another Magi. Alright, how'd you escape? This is yet another treasure chest that can have a Sarah card in it. So, important note, similarly to Dripstone Cave, where you need to actually hold off on unlocking the next part of the dungeon until the Bonds make that note. They need to comment on the button, because that's a point of knowledge for this location for them. But now, the water has been drained. So, we can go down to the bottom, where we will find a couple phantasms, some more skeleton magi, and some skeleton knights. And there's an altar slate. 4 more of those. What we need. Yeah, the altar slate are all in these ornate chests. So we know what to look for. Also, they're marked on your map, so easy as. There's another one there. Now we're getting a wee bit heavy, so might want to pass these off to the pawns. Three more to find. We'll get that one lost. So, the other two down here can be a bit more involved, slightly. Have to go up here to find this one. There are a whole bunch of bats right here. Just a great deal of them. And now, my lantern's out of oil. That's no fun. Good as new, right as rain. So, I would not jump down there. You will splat. It'll just scratch from that distance, but still, might as well not. And now, the one over here. Couple medium rare treasure chests over there. And now the big one. Nice coin patch there. Oh, you still have some. There we go. So now we just lack one more, which is up here to the north. And this is your first encounter with a little mini Cyclops. A little small boy. About the size of an ogre. Only about the same health as an ogre as well. Actually, maybe a little less. And little baby Cyclops. And there he goes. Was there another one? No. So, the chest is actually up here. And now, we're ready to go. So the reason we do this one last is because we'll just hop up here, and then up here. Now we're back in the room where we found the altar key and the remains. Oh, oops. That's fine. This ladder was the one. Oh, that was odd. This ladder that we first looked at when we got into this dungeon, but it was flooded. Didn't need my lines on anyway. So now we just speak to the researcher. Oh, must have passed midnight. So, the little critters respawned. They're not worth paying attention to. We don't have any notice board quests for bats anymore. And after we talk to him, he'll take the altar slates off of us, so we'll be all nice and light again. And we can go report this, and just like that, we're done with all 4 worm hunt quests. So now, we get to meet the Duke, which is a fairly lengthy cutscene, actually. Alright. So, notice how we're glowing when we're next to this pawn. Well, that is because she has the Adept's Mantle, or Adept's Robe, and it heals allies when they stand nearby. It's a slow regen, but each piece of equipment you regen increases your regen by quite a bit. Like, having 2 pieces of regen equipment literally doubles it, in other words. Most regen things only affect yourself, though. But that's a nice one. That's pure raw stat-wise. The Adept set is the second best set for mages, defensively wise, and just again more raw stat-wise. So now we just tell him we want to meet the Duke. He will actually take your Worm Hunt license away from you. And now we can go into the castle here. So approach the Jester, and cutscene starts. Walk forward, another cutscene starts. And now, see to the royal orders. So now we have new quests. We're now in stage 4, which is the second big stage of the game where a bunch of side quests open up. Also, notice here as the camera pans over to a lady in the garden. Make sure to talk to her, unless you want to be locked out of a couple side quests. And you need to talk to her repeatedly until your crown disappears off your head. Crown, your jester hat disappears off your head. And now, just like that, we're free to go, and she's all struck on you. Because again, they had to rush things. So leaving there is where we were introduced to the bloke that's we get our orders from. But it was a slight cutscene, so we have to skip it. So go ahead and talk to Maximilian here. And this continues the Salvation quest line, but this time in side quest form. So, we already know where they're going to gather. They only gather at night. However, we need to disguise ourselves. But it's daylight now, so we've missed our chance for the meeting. Now, Caxton, the armorer here, and Madeline both have side quests first to do. And they're actually identical to each other. They want us to fetch idols for them, because these idols are made by famous blacksmiths. And what this does is, depending on the rarity of the idol you give them, will depend on how much their inventory is going to expand in a couple in-game days. So obviously, there are 3 sets of new equipment that they can get based on if you give them the bronze, silver, or gold idol. And obviously the rarer idols you give them will also unlock the more common brackets as well. So what these mess we're talking about was Celine. Some villagers have went on a witch hunt for her. So there's another side quest. And that's my highest priority, always. Although I don't think there's a time limit to it. But yeah, we'll go ahead and fetch this quest from Madeline. So since I've done so many playthroughs, I have excess gold idols. I can actually give them both to them. Forging doesn't work, unfortunately. So typically, your first playthrough, you'll have to pick one of them to give a gold idol, and the other to give a silver idol. Now, in New Game Plus, whatever the merchant's inventories were at the end of the post game is what they will be for the entirety from then on. Which means, say you give the gold idol to Madeline and fully unlock her inventory, well, that means in New Game Plus, her inventory is still going to be the full gold idol post-game level inventory, even from stage 1. Which means, on a second playthrough, you can switch which one you give the gold idol to, and then now you have full access to both inventories. Now, clearly you don't want to give either of them a bronze idol, that's just a waste. But we don't have the silver one yet. No worries though, because in Kazadis there will be a notice board quest that happens to reward the silver idol. And incidentally, it takes us to that. Remember that locked gate in the Frontier Caverns? Well, that's where we're headed. Now we need the skulls, and if you'll recall, we already have the wormwood perfume, also containing this, just to get it over with. So, lots of skulls. 66 of the buggers. How dreadful. The wormwood perfume. What else? What else? Oh, tools. This, what's the headless icon? Need that. Alright. Let's go turn this stuff into Arsmith, just to clean up our quest page if nothing else. So the headless icon came from that chest in the catacombs. It's fairly common though. Make sure to save before you open it. And there's a ledge you can jump off and give yourself a reload easily enough. Just right next to it. So it shouldn't take too long to get it. And now, all of those items will be acquired in the process of completing some of the actual side quests in this stage. Let's go ahead and get rid of those. Oh dear, that's she's picked up a lot of stuff in her inventory. For curatives. Oh, there was the set. She picked it up anyway. So remember, to continue this Salvation side quest. We have to go to the meeting area at night wearing a set of those robes. However, before we do that, we have... Well, first, we need to run up here. So, the two main story quests available at this exact moment, one of which is a hunt quest, and the other is sort of a quasi-fetch quest. Now, it's not Sir Maximilian that actually gave these quests out, but someone we met again in the cutscene as we were leaving the first time here. There he is, Aldous. He's the Chamberlain. So, gather evidence for a important trial. We're going to go ahead and start this, even though we're doing side quests, because this is based off of time passing. 4 in-game days have to pass before this quest will actually complete. So, if you'll recall, Fornival is under trial. So we need to either prove him guilty or innocent. And depending on who we talk to, we can get petitions that vouch for his character or curse him like a scoundrel. So generally, 3 pieces of evidence and a character witness will get him found innocent. So, 1 petition from the man we just talked to, 1 from his daughter, 1 from the priest, the head priest. Those will all vouch for his character, and we can get a witness to vouch in person at his trial at that fort just to the north of the Grand Soren. In fact, the way the pawns are acting, you might only need 3 pieces of evidence and not even need the witness. But I'll go ahead and grab the witness anyway. Up at Windbluff Tower. I'm not sure why I went this way instead of the little shortcut from up there, but there we are, nonetheless. Also, don't forget to check the notice board, because this is a new stage, as short as Stage 3 was. That's actually where... My apologies. It's this notice board where you get the Silver Isle quest. So now that room in the Frontier Caverns is open and there's an armored Cyclops in there we have to kill. Don't worry, it gets more exciting in post-game. There will be a second challenge quest from that area where you get to fight something much better than a Cyclops. Well, unless you just really like Cyclopes, then, well, have at you. Also, make sure to, as usual, slaughter the livestock. Should just be 1 more set of these bulls to clear it out. The oxen will take a little more. For one, there are only 4 oxen instead of like 5, whereas there are 5 bulls. And you need 9 more oxen than you needed bulls in the first place. However, there are oxen all in the field out here. So, that's all well and good. Now, if you don't like vulnerable, you can just not do anything and he'll be found guilty after 4 days. Or you can find evidence that will still find him guilty. You actually have to put in effort to find him innocent. It's a nice pretty day, but I don't see a griffin. Of course, it's typically more... Typically when you're more towards the middle of the field when you spot him. That being said, he can spawn up here as well. Alright, there he is. Now, let's try and kill some oxen to lure him down. Where'd he go? Did he already leave? No, there he is. Come on. Okay, there he goes. Ah, that's just a bit too slow. The issue is even when you aggro him like this, he can't. There he goes. There he goes. Okay, I need to not lose all my stamina. Well, what's happened here? That was weird. Wonder why that's happening. This may be too late, but let's try to cure some stamina. Oh, it was. Shame. Easy as. He is super weak to fire. And there's our first griffin. Unfortunately, it doesn't count for future quests where we have to kill griffins, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and kill some more oxen. Now, let's go get a witness. So, there's also a side quest up here at the fort as well, so this is 2 birds, 1 stone. If it's available at this point, which it should be. This isn't the stage it unlocks, but... Alright, where are the harpies? Oh, are we about to be ambushed? Sometimes when... So, there are random ambushes that can spawn in very unusual places that are super rare. Like, a chimera can attack here, whereas typically when the chimera spawns over here, which is fairly rare, it's more in this direction. There's an abandoned camp over there where it usually spawns. And I've even had a golem spawn over here before, which was exceedingly rare. It's only happened like twice to me as much as I've played this game. It's very strange. So, right here, make sure to get speak to him, and he will ask you to do a little errand for him. And now we need to make sure this is So he will send us a witness. Make sure to switch to the trial quest as your main quest. So now we have this bloke following us. Go back to Grand Soren. Back up to the castle to deliver the witness and all the evidence. And then we just wait for in-game days until the trial. This stage is actually sort of... Alright. Now... The Duchess is mage. There she is. Need to speak to her. The Duchess wants to meet us at night. Make of that what you will. Let's go ahead and gather evidence. Turn in evidence and the witness. Evidence once again. Sorry, the other story quest is actually to kill the griffin that it keeps attacking the caravans. Now notice how we just killed one, but... Oh, wrong door. This one's the one I need. So, this quest, supply and demands, the one that came from the Northern Outpost as opposed to the witness. It's very important that you listen to exactly how he says, what he says, and how he says it, and to follow instructions to get the best reward from this. Now remember, he says 1 week's supply, so make sure you save 1 week's supply. And he gives you, as a thank you, 5 things of ambrosial meat to deliver back to the base, which we will do now. The reason why you want to do this, to get the maximum reward, or actually, we passed Fiddle, but I didn't see that he had a quest available. Unfortunately. And incidentally, this is the way to the Duchess's room, this way. Don't worry, we'll be visiting there in a bit. Maybe not this stream, but eventually. This stream or next, we'll just see how we go. Where'd Fatal go? There's Mercedes, this is the Duke's. Well, as you see, Solar. Was he down here and I just missed him? Perhaps he's down here. Okay, this is the house staff cafeteria apparently. That's a treasure room. This is actually the jail, I think. Yes. Well, maybe he's outside then. He does like to take his strolls. This wouldn't happen if I would have been paying attention. That's a guard, but that's not who we need to talk to. We need to go ahead and move. Alright, this is fine actually. Where did the bugger go? There he is. Ah, okay, there we go. So we have to meet him at night as well. The reason I was so anal about getting that quest as well is because there are 3 side quests we can kind of do concurrently, or do parts of concurrently. So at night we need to meet the Duchess, and we need to talk to him. So at night time we can come and meet him over here in this little gazebo, and then after we get our mission from him, we can go meet the Duchess. But there's another quest that we can do that follows in the same place that we end up after meeting the Duchess. So 2.5 birds with 1 stone, sort of. Of course, we can't also continue the salvation quest quite yet, which is a bit of a bugaboo. Now, to get said quest, we go to Carceres, where there are 2 side quests available in this stage. One of which takes us right back to Grand Sora and is the one that we try to complete as at night time. There's also Vamiro here that has a quest. If you'll recall, he's the young lad that wanted to be an adventurer but made it all of 3 meters outside the door before he collapsed on the beach. So this bloke's papa got thrown in jail because he overheard some conspirators, so they framed him and threw him in jail. If you'll recall, this is the lad that Simone, Fornival's daughter, was flirting with there at the shopping area towards the end of Harry Escort quest. So I think you can figure out where we're going to end up. Now, he's wanting to go on a journey, but he needs some items. So he wants some potent green Lavarish. Well, we also have to be careful because one of the items he needs is some food, and he will take some of this embroiso meat if we're not careful, and again we need all 5 of these. So he can wait and we'll turn them in at a moment. First, I need to check the notice board again. $30 saurians, 10 deer. And see, this is why we should have went to Carceres first, because we have a bounty to kill a griffin. But we'll get one in the story quest, so it's fine. And that's a guaranteed spawn. So either way, we're gold. So basically, you fetch him some strong green Varish, some food, so some meat, some embroiso meat probably, and a lantern, and a pilgrim's charm, which, if you'll recall, we actually picked up in Soulflare Canyon, and they respawn there every 4 to 7 days or so. It's something around there, probably 4, honestly. So you could get more. Easy enough. Skeleton Knights. And here, 35 male bandits. So I typically complete this on the way to doing the Selene witch hunt side quest to rescue Selene from the mob, which we're definitely going to get to. In fact, perhaps there's where we'll end the stream after doing the Witchwood stuff. Of course, in doing so, we've very nearly gotten through all of the side quests in stage 4 by that point. What was I doing? Right. We need to dump this meat off before it sours or gets worse. And don't forget we can clean out these little buggers. See, last set we needed. Now, unfortunately, we still probably lack quite a few oxen. How many do we lack? We need 6 more. I guess we could take the time to do that while out here in the field, fighting for our meals, getting her back into her living. You know how it'd be. $10 internet points for anyone who gets that reference. There's half of them, and there just so happens to be 3 more over here. There's a couple goblins, but we don't care about them. There we go. Now that we're back up here, turning these meats, and since you followed the quest to the letter, it will have raised Seidario's affection for you high enough for him to reward you with a key to this place's little treasure room, where you can get some extremely late game pieces of armor, quite a bit, well, not quite a bit, but a decent bit before late game, before they would actually be available. Fine. Yeah. Did he give us the key? That's odd. He seems to not have. It may be because... yeah, that's probably what it is. So, unfortunately, he seems to be a little bugged out for us in talking about the trial. But, after the trial, if you speak to him, he should give you the key to unlock this gate. It has a couple chests, and they contain a Malorian chest plate and a Malorian helmet. So those, if you'll recall what the fight armor looks like in the choose your vocation screen. Looks identical to the iron armor that the fighter's wearing, except being black and also a lot stronger. It's a direct upgrade while keeping the overall look. It's very nice. So, let's talk to this blurb just to... There we go. Now we know that Tomlin's papa was imprisoned. And we can finally stop fooling around and go back to Cassidy's and go rescue Celine. So normally I would just go in the back door and get to her quickly. But since we have a notice board quest to kill 35 bandits in this specific area, we'll go ahead and do that first. What did you pray? Okay. It's got to be more than just them. Whatever. That's surely not all the wolves here. But yet it appears so. Oh, the boulder hasn't respawned. Oh no. Neither of the bandits, apparently. That's bad news. Oh well. This will be an excuse for me to take you back to this area next stream, I guess, where we'll finally explore all of this area. May even take a swing at the old dragon here, the old Drake. Yeah, sure enough, the bandits aren't here. C'est la vie. That's just the way it goes sometimes. Oh, but they're darn sure wolves here. The buggers. Oh, oops. Alright, I see you over there. Oh, hello, mate. So, I almost forgot we had a quest to kill 45 rabbits, and I've been completely neglecting it. Oh well. So, both here, both outside Cassidy's, just across the bridge north of Grand Soren, all good places. I wonder. Oh, does this not count for bunnies? Oh, no, it does. All good places to kill rabbits. And crows. We have that quest too, don't we? Just move on by. Can't be bothered. Remember, Celine's way is over here. Now, cutscene should take over here. With a threatening idea which so right as you're getting over here to beat some sense into them, or so those little strange rock formations come into play. Meet golems. So golems are immune to magic. Then they only take damage, which of course has to be physical, from the discs. When he shoots the laser, if you pop him in the head, it'll stagger him a little. Now, sorcerers, with that very spell actually, one of them, can actually damage them even though they're immune to magic, because certain sorcerer spells actually have a physical component to them. Luckily, Immolation does quite good damage against discs. I recommend focusing on grabbing the disc on the back, to knock him down. Oh no. Please, come on. You're actually killing me. Sorry, just crawling over them is breaking them. Easy as. Immolation as well, even though you're on magical fire, does scales again off of physical and on physical attack and magic. So that's handy if you're a Magick Archer. So again, certain sorcerer spells have physical components to them. Bowlight is one of them. Giselle is another. Which means it can be really handy to not go pure magic with your sorcerer and give them some strength. I recommend doing that anyway, because again, sorcerer can't cast spells if they don't have stamina. And if you go with the min-max, quote-unquote, magic, full magic build, high as magic as you can get, you will have laughable level of HP and laughable level of stamina. So you'll be extremely squishy, your pawn will, or you, as well as unable to cast as many spells as you'd like. You'll run out fairly quickly of stamina. And your physical defense will leave a lot to be desired. So if you build a hybrid though, not only will you have good magic defense, good physical defense, but you'll have a lot of health, which is in a certain point more effective than just more defensive numbers. And plenty of stamina to cast spells with. And if you're a sorcerer, or a Magick Archer or Mystic Knight, your skills that are hybrid scaling will become even stronger. And again, all you need to do as a sorcerer, if you want to make sure to pick these up. If you want to make certain that you can break the magic defensive thresholds of the strongest Bitter Black Isle enemies, make sure you can hit 1000 total magic, which you can do with the strongest staff. And as long as your magic is your base magic, so if you were naked, your base magic is 550, which it will be with the build that I'm currently going on Katarina. Both her attack and magic will be 550. So go ahead and make sure she's okay. Now speak to the old lady. So Sophia here was actually Celine's Arisen. Celine used to be a pawn. And Celine's Arisen passed away. And Celine has gradually become more human, to the point where her pawn print, the glowy part of her hand that resembles the scar on your chest, has disappeared. And she's gained her emotions and become human. So, nice bit of lore for you. Also, after this, she will live in your home in Kazadis, since it's no longer safe here for her since they found her. But now, that's all we can do in this place, so at the moment. What am I shooting at? Oh, wild boar. So, there are 2 more side quests available here. Silly me, I forgot the most important treasure chest. So, if you're like me and a great deal of other people and really like the looks of the gear Savon, the Arisen that you play as in the tutorial, so to speak, when you start a new game, this chest very commonly contains the shield that he uses, the Mark of the Chimera. It's a nice jet black kite shield with a deep red emblem of a chimera emblazoned on the front of it, the middle of it. It's a lovely looking shield. Everybody loves kite shields, right? Stat-wise, it's one of the lessest shields, unfortunately, but it's not like you're using them as attack with. That being said, there is a difference in blocking ability with shields. And I would actually have to double check if that's one of them, because certain shields, once you upgrade them to 3 stars, or sometimes even above, they will acquire better blocking ability. So they can now block more attacks than they could just at the gate. And I can't quite recall if that's one of the shields that get that. Also, if you'll recall, we picked up yet another port crystal, which I definitely recommend placing here, for obvious reasons. Now, the sort the two other side quests available in Witchwood. So they don't activate and become available until you leave, and now we can immediately go back in, and they will be available. So the first one is actually gotten right where we left Celine. Of course, she should be missing now. She should be in Kazadis. But go back over here. Sophia seems to have left us a gift at a gravestone before passing on completely. So Roland here will tell you should take it to some sort of scholar to have it looked at. Of course it's bloody heavy, so I'm going to give it to someone else to carry. So you can take it to a priest to have it looked at. But ultimately, and that's what we'll do because I'm pretty sure that step is needed for pawn knowledge for this quest. But then after that, where you ultimately take it is to the Dragon Forged. Now, the other quest is down here. In this dark river. Well, it's dark now because it's actually dark, but fortunately, this is going to be a waste because I just know I'm going to get soaked. So, there are these inactive golems all over the place. However, one of them looks different. Notice how that one looks quite a bit different than this one. Well, that's because that is not a regular golem. It's a metal golem. Let's take him off. So, unlike normal golems, metal golems, amulets are hidden all along the room that you're fighting them in. In this case, this river. So, unfortunately, they're really arseholish about where they place them. So, it can, on occasion, be difficult to reach them, such as this one. I can do no damage to it, because again, they're immune to magic. So that I just have to hope that as long as I can activate it by making its health active, that my pawns will actually blow it up for me, as opposed to just attack the golem. Unfortunately, they're being quite stubborn. I wonder if this has a physical component to it. It does not. That's dangerous. Unfortunately, she keeps casting a very stupid spell instead of Borlight, which would actually damage the thing. So, unfortunately, I'm stuck with pawns that clearly don't know how to fight one of these things. So we're in a pickle, in other words. Oh dear. Oh well. Let's try to take some of the other ones and get some distance from the bugger. It's unfortunate. My daggers are just so weak. Okay. Nah, luckily that knocked him over. So we should have some time to try to lure these pawns over here to break this. I'm aware. Please do your jobs. Help bar is visible. Oh, Nari's back up because they were fiddling around. So yeah, this can be a wee bit frustrating if you're a class that doesn't have access to ranged melee. Now, theoretically, you can climb on him while he's next to the tree and get him to... Don't target him directly, love. Target this. So theoretically you can jump on his head when he gets next to the tree and be able to reach. But as you saw as I tried to climb him, he very nearly one-shot me from very nearly full health. So unfortunately this just... Let's get rid of this mist. Alright. As I was planning on doing before, we'll go ahead and take out the other emblems. Now he's down again. Blunt damage will do more. Will do bonus damage to these metals. Ah, come on. So there's one up here and then one in the river below. Also, I wonder if I have enough curatives. The answer is no. Yeah, some skelly knights keep spawning here. So hopefully my pawns are ready to actually do some work. Another amulet, or token, or whatever they are. Alright. That sorcerer is really fond of that particular spell. Unfortunately, it's absolutely worthless. So, this is dangerous because there's an actual normal golem over here that is very much alive if you get too close to him, and you don't want to fight both of them. Wait, how'd you get here? And of course they activated it. Now let's try to go back to the tree. So maybe one of these ladies will be kind enough to actually smack this amulet. All we need is just one stray tenfold flare from the ranger, and that'll do it. I'm actually getting quite unlucky that she's complete dunce when it comes to fighting a metal golem. I assure you that once you get them some knowledge, your pawns will actually be a little more clever about fighting these bloody things. There we go. Come on, keep up. Keep up. Oh, come on. You were so close. You stupid thing. Come on. You're actually killing me. Alright, yes, cast Giselle right there. You might accidentally hit it. Maybe. Didn't aim high enough. Finally. She figured out what I wanted. So. Yeah. Make sure to try to have pawns that have knowledge about golems. If you yourself don't have a physical ranged member handy. Let's go clean up this little bugger. Come on, mate, come on. That's a good laugh. No. Okay, there we go. Poor bloke, he can't stand up. Every time he tries to get up, we break something else. I almost feel bad. Almost. Okay. Now we have a pickle. Surely. Nice liquid Ben. Okay, there we go. That's the good stuff. There's always this poem. It's funny. Typically, that's the first thing that breaks, or one of them, is the little poem. And we have to wait for him to get out. So, if you'll notice, one of the discs are glowing on a golem, and that's the control disc, the main disc. So, if it pops, it temporarily inanimates the golem, but when he revives, he's quite nettled. And he gets a lot faster, and he hits a lot harder. There we go. And now it's getting daylight. Unfortunately, we need it to be night. For various reasons. It's getting their time to change up pawns. Suppose we'll do that. And Grand Soren. So, alright, let's head to Casa this first. We could just leave manually, but might as well speed it up a bit. Instead of climbing out of that river. That's right, Pawns, I'm replacing you. You've become on my shit list. For being so Tezami, but fighting the metal golem. Sorry, but it must be done. So, if you'll recall, the lad needs various things. He wanted a strong green virus, potent green virus, as it were. Oh, we already have that. He'll need a regular lantern, some meat, which we already grabbed, and a pilgrim's charm. So, we'll knock off this quest. Either way, even if it was night, doing this quest would turn it into morning, so we would have been roughed up either way. And now he wants to leave. Of course, we have to carry his luggage for him. That's unfortunate. There we go. So, just mosey along this dock a wee bit. Hop on off. There's his boat over here. So just bring the luggage over and drop it off. Now a quick cutscene where he says goodbye. He gives you some very rare monster materials, which I'm not certain how he acquired. He darn sure didn't slay those monsters, so it's one of those mysteries. Alright, I guess. Now, you need 5 king bay leaves for... Also, make sure to keep this gardener's permit in your inventory to begin with. Also, extra skeleton key doesn't hurt. Okay, and we find... Oh, it's not stuff, right. Silly me. Still don't have a better... Oh, right. That. So, since we're here, we can go ahead and go to the church and have clergyman look it over. The tablet we found in the witchwood. And I'm curious if this will update the pawn knowledge for the other two. Okay, it did. So yes, you need to do this step first instead of going directly to the Dragon Forge. Even though our common sense should tell you, oh, it has to do with the dragon, we should probably take you to the bloke that is literally named the Dragon Forge. Might be a good idea. Also, if you were curious about your house, it's right here next to the inn. And as you see, adorable little Celine's now here. So, next order of business. Well, I suppose we can drop that off. Alright, we need to go to the frontier caverns. I suppose we could do that to begin next stream, because frontier caverns is over here. We'll go up there, take care of that, go kill a little drake, and then we'll take the opportunity to explore this area. Need to kill bandits as well. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and clear out these quests that we can do at night. Or some of them. I guess we'll do the salvation quest next time as well. Also, I still need to remember these bunnies. Alright. How many bunnies do we need? 45, so what are we at? Yeah, 18. Oh dear, oh dear. Luckily, there's quite a few bunnies here. Alright, even another one. I don't know who posts these quests to kill the bunnies, but they must really have it out for them. Of course, they are an invasive species, so makes sense. Well, not necessarily, they may be native to Grancis, but alright. This can start spawning about this point in the game too. A little ambush along the road with a group of goblins and a hobgoblin. Alright, more bunnies, more bunnies. Right. Next to this tree. That's strange, there should be more than just that one. Must have scared the rest of them off. Oh well. That should get us a good chunk of the way there. Just running over here to double check, make sure no new notice board quests have spawned. And they have. Snow harpies. Easy as. Now let's go ahead and... Now, if I recall, did I or did I not put... I did. Look at me. So we can just go directly to the Dragon Forge. So he's going to magic up this tablet, because what it turns out to be is an Arisen's bond, which it's a ring, it's a wedding ring, that's what it is. It's to assist you in picking your beloved. That being said, the beloved system of this game is a bit tricky. So, technically you can have two different beloveds at two different points. For some reason, I'm not sure why they made that decision, but so the way the beloved system works is, at some point in the story, I'll let you know when it is, your beloved will be locked in for the main game, and your beloved is picked from the pool of characters that have the highest affinity for you. So your beloved will be the highest affection character. However, if you have multiple characters at max affection for you, such as this being a new game plus, or you just do quests for everyone, then the one chosen for your beloved will be the last person to reach max affection for you, the newest one. So who you give the ring to, what the ring does is it instantly maxes whoever's affection you give it to. So to lock in your beloved, you can grab an item from Bitter Black Isle called Liquid Effluvium, and when you give that to someone, it completely resets their affection for you. It sets it to the lowest value. So you can go and set down anyone that you don't want. Or, I haven't actually tested this, but my theory is you can actually go to the person you want as your beloved and give them the effluvium first to intentionally bottom out their affection, and then give them the Arisen's bond to then max it again. So now they will be renewed as the latest person that you've maxed affection with. And then there's another quest in post game that does the same thing, that picks your beloved. Now, generally, it will most of the time it will be the same person, as it should be, but on the off chance that you happen to max someone's affection in between finishing the main story and finishing the post game to go into New Game Plus, that new person will show up instead, because now they're the latest person whose affection you've maxed. So yeah, just keep that in mind. It actually took people a good while. Oh, there's a Chimera over there. I guess we'll go kill it. To figure out exactly how that system works. So, just do be aware. Also, the game does not care. You can end up with a bloke, you can end up with a lady, doesn't matter who you're playing as. Most of the characters in the game can turn out to be your beloved as well. There's only like a handful that aren't available. Obvious ones like the Duke, pretty much. How's that not dead yet? So I'm glad this spawned so I could show you exactly where the Chimera typically spawns in this area. Just right here. There's a little campground over there with some hobgoblins. No, none of that. But again, sometimes they can pop up on the road down there. Nah. Just head on to Grand Soren. So yes, generally if a character has a multi-pronged quest line for you, their affection will be maxed. Or even a single quest that's fairly involved, like Reynard's, for example, that has multi-step. I wonder if we can 3 beards with 1 star in this. So I will hold off on giving the Arisen's Bond for the moment. Where is the set of salvation robes? There they are. And we can stay till nightfall. So, we're going to try to go to the salvation meeting. So, essentially this salvation side quest involves us getting a hidden key to go into a new area in the catacombs. So we'll grab the key. There we go. Now they start yapping. Then they part. Now depending on which one you pursue, depends on which key you can get, but it doesn't matter because the area makes a big loop, so you don't miss anything no matter which way you go in. I don't even think it matters for pawn knowledge, for travel. If you're quick enough, you can actually grab both of them. So you follow this bloke and grab the one he hides, and then cut him off right before he leaves and threaten him with violence. So he gives you the key. But again, there's no reason to bother. So after this, we run up to the Duke's castle and get to work on other ones as well. Dormar. Now let's get dressed. Now, so over here is where we wait for Fatal to come and give us his little mission. Fortunately, you'll have to stand here for a wee bit. He takes his sweet time to get here. You can play around with this chest first, though. Nothing worth grabbing. He comes out that side door over there. Just moseys on this way. So, Night Watchman. Don't get caught by him or you'll be in trouble. Shouldn't be too much longer, hopefully. Ah, that should be him. Nice clear starry night. So, he's part of this conspiracy against the Duke, basically. Or rather, he's trying to snuff out the conspiracy against the Duke. And he's captured a letter between. You have to wait for he fully stops before he actually will behave. So he happened to intercept some correspondence between conspirators. However, the cart that was bringing it back to the capital, I need to speak to the maid over here. Tells us to go meet Eleanor. Now that's one to grab. So again, we have to try and be careful that the guards that are patrolling don't spot us. That's close. Luckily he has it's a bit nearsighted. Now where's... Okay, he's going on that way. Let him get on up there. And we're home free because there aren't any guards anywhere near here. So she's kept away in this far tower. Need to stop the Duke because he's about to choke her out, apparently. So she's able to slip us some skeleton key to escape. She had to pretend like we snuck in the room on our own and were harassing her. Otherwise, it would have been quite dangerous for her. Here's the boy's father. So make sure to talk to him. And again, you need to have this in your inventory or he won't recognize and progress the quest. And of course, as you can tell from the map, here is the little secret passage out. Once you get to this point, you can finally switch into your own actual gear, as opposed to the prison rags. And... or... silly me. He's very much a coward, so you gotta kill all the little critters so he will actually move forward, otherwise he cries. Oh, sneaky little fella. Alright. That should be about all that. And now, unlock this door. So, this quest can take a wee bit to complete, because it doesn't actually count as complete until he meets up with his boy, who somehow knows he's down here. So they run and start talking to each other, and then they leave out the gate over there, and once they leave there, the quest update is completed. Of course, we can just leave. And all we needed to do to complete the Aelinor quest was to escape the dungeon. So, that just leaves the Salvation quest. Or, and perhaps, wait, or conspirators. So, it says search near the Great Wall. Luckily we don't have to go all the way up to the Great Wall. We just need to go along the road leading to the Great Wall. The Great Wall being this area here. But there's a nice big red circle that tells you our target location. It's very kind of it. Now, what I want to do, we're actually near the deadline. Alright, right. So, there's also another side quest, but depending on certain actions you take, it will become available slightly sooner than before. Okay, it's already available. So this starts, we get a letter of challenge from a band of assassins called the Nameless Men, who, hilariously enough, will immediately introduce themselves when you meet them. So much for being nameless. So, they only strike at night in 4 different locations. So, well, 5 really. So the first ambush is right up here. Second is just right outside the quarry here. The third is at along Moonsbit Pass. Fourth is just along the road a ways towards the encampment, generally where you fight all the wolves. And then after doing that, the leader wants to ambush you right outside Kazadis. So we will handle that next time, I suppose, as well. Again, it can only be done at night. And it can be difficult to get it all done in one night, just because of how far you have to travel. So don't feel bad if you have to make a second trip of it. But we're going to the catacombs. I figure we'll end off this stream with a nice tangoing with salvation once again. Although, could get started another quest line as well. So, over here, if, as you recall, is one of the entrances to the catacombs. I don't know why I'm bothering with these, I'm wasting time as always. So, we actually have to backtrack quite a bit. If you'll recall, those locked doors. So, we have the key to one of them. Also kept forgetting to upgrade pawns. Oh well. I'll do it after this. Surely, right? Surely everyone forget again. That doesn't sound like me at all. Alright. Again, if you need the headless icon, you can get it out of this chest. Or burning icon. Whatever it was called. Not me, I'm just lighting a torch for you. Easy as. Where are the pawns? Oh. Pawns really have a rough go with ladders for whatever reason. Oh dear. Oh, that was just funny. Ah, couldn't dodge all of them. This isn't my room. If only stop, drop and roll actually worked. So, continue along here. Have a habit of lighting those even though they don't do anything. Okay. Phantoms. Still no regular miasmite. It's very unlucky. Usually it's not that bloody rare. And I'll get it wrong, it's rare drops can be fairly rare, but it's typically tolerable. So we're here to the fair store. Okay, this is not the one. Wait, unless I was silly and... Okay, I'm not that dumb. Sorry, up here is the one. Sorry, we go through here. And... is it back this way? No, that's the exit. This was a little bit deeper in. I feel like I'm... went the wrong way. And I had it right the first time. Why am I having such a brain body? Right. I knew it was nearby. That was bizarre. I literally just did this like a week ago. Again. That's after having done it so many times. So. Phantasms. Oh, bloody hell. Where'd the phantasm go? I hear it, giggling. So, here's a section where you will have to open all of these sarcophagi, because hidden in some of them are 5 keys. Okay, is it up here? No. I guess it's glitched through the wall or something. Oh no, there it is. Oh, money. Here's one of them. What is this phantasm? Why is it being so trippy? Whatever. So, let's see. Yeah, here we go. Well, that was sketchy. Let's cure that right quick. Here's another gem. Was that difficult? Alright, 3 more. I think those 2 are the only ones down here. Sorry. This is the wrong way. That's what I get for not paying attention. Here's the way forward. There's some skellies that spawn here. Or a skelly that spawns. Rotten embroidered meat. Curse. It's actually up here. Is the 3rd one. None of these should have one. Also, skeleton magi. Chock-a-block full of them in this place. Now there is another one of those gems around here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, these buggers, they're a little finicky about the way they spawn. You will have just passed a place and nothing popped up, double back at some point, and then there will be one there. And then some are already pre-spawned, and some spawn after the fact. Alright. So let him shoot the wall. Take him down. This is the last one. However, before we open this door here, which is where they go, remember the mate that ran away? Not the one we got the key from, but the other one. Well, he's down here because they realized his clumsiness of letting us pull her in. If we had gotten down here, the other key, we'd see the stat undead. We'd either see them kill him, or we could save him and kill him ourselves, or let him go. Either way, it doesn't matter. There's not even a scene to it or anything, it's just something that happens. Changes absolutely nothing. So, go ahead and open the door and have a sort of quasi-boss fight against a sorcerer with an unfortunate name. Also, when you kill him, get away from him because he blows up. I don't know why he blows up, but he does. And even though it didn't hurt your pawn, for some reason it'll hurt you. Or, last time I was clerk, I seem to recall it does. So, unique dagger in this chest. They're not particularly good typically, but they look nice. And now we can turn this into Sir Maximilian. And it seems to be getting dark, so perhaps we can make a go at the Nameless Man. Maybe. I'll think about it on the way here. Well, first things first, we're going to get better pawns. We should be high enough level for more of the top rated chain. Go ahead and get rid of fighter, mage, and warrior. So that is 40. That's 51. Alright. So we're on our own when it comes to searching a sorcerer. So we'll look at these and see whose kit strikes my fancy better. So you've got bitter black here. However, you're only level 40, which means you're going to have a bad time trying to attack. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that weapon's level requirement is above 40. So that means all of her attacks are going to rapidly drain her stamina. And then this one's just decked out in all level 3 gear, which is fine. At least they have the right. Okay. Seem to be built pretty well. One decked out with this as well, even though she's level 50. We can keep her for a while. Just because she'll be fairly tanky because level 3 armor is insane. She'll do nice damage because level 3 weapons are insane. All around, thumbs up. And hopefully she's trained well since she's in the top rated, but can't always judge by that. Or actually went back to top ranked by level. Sure. Nah, we just want a sorcerer. Okay. Alright. You know what? I think we might take that one maybe. That one has multiple affinities. High miasma's fine, so is C as a holy affinity. Multiple affinities, that's a bad. Yeah, I think we'll take the which one was it? This one. Well, depending on what his augments are. Let's see. Interesting that you have a non-bitter black arch staff while wearing partial bitter black equipment. Void spell actually clears petrification, which is really handy. That's a waste. That one, I feel like that's kind of superfluous. You don't really need it. You definitely don't need that. You're not even a mage. What are you doing? Oh dear. Yeah, forget that. He doesn't even have meticulously. He doesn't even have quicker spell casting. That's oh no. Let's put it at 50. Interesting. Why does this one only have 3 spells at all? So, miasma, fire thing, just. Why do you have 3 fire spells? Why? I ask you why. Multiple affinities again. It's always a bloody nightmare finding a good sorcerer, I swear. Okay, this is you had me in the fair staff, not gonna lie. Double affinity again. Why are people so in love with multiple affinities? They have to be noticing the AI getting confused and constantly buffing and switching buffs. It is definitely a thing that happens. Presumably they're just not paying attention. So I wish there were slightly more sage conditions. You know what, that's fine. Maybe, we'll see. Depends on what your arguments are. If they don't even have articulacy, then it's a bad time. If anyone out there wants to raise a nice quick cast sorcerer, there's certainly a market for it. And a mighty need. Longevity. Oh no. Really? Oh, this is... Seriously, Capcom's random generated pawns are better than this. This is depressing. This is giving me the big sad. Whatever, we're wasting too much bloody time. At this point, give me a bloody mage. There's probably a mage around level 50 or so, isn't there? That one's a little too high. That one's one level higher. Well, I'll just grab... That one's one level higher, so that's fine. And, okay. We'll just compare these 5 and try to grab the best one. Alright, let's look at you. Looks like you have the Air Dragon Arch Staff, or Staff rather, Violent White. So you got decent magic. That's a start. You're wearing Grave Armor set. That's level 3 Bitter Black Armor, just the common variant of it. So, stat defenses, Ingle 11 figure. Okay, that's why regular anodyne? Interesting. Purity attunement. Now this makes sense. So, emphasis. Is that still bugged? Ah, finally, articulacy. So, you're a maybe. Let's retain you here. Make sure you don't run away. So you're the one that's a wee bit higher. You have less... you have... Yeah, get out of here. You got legions, mate. Don't even want to look at you. So... Interesting. You've got the Dragon Arch Staff. You're wearing full ancient gear. Well, not quite full, because there's an ancient cape that's in the air before. So... Weapon... Fireback... Ah, that's no good. Yeah, no, get out of here. I have several questions. What staff even is that? Just no, get out of here. Alright. Interesting armor combination. Interesting, another one with the Air Dragon staff. Ah, that's probably so they just have default holy focus bolts. Which, to be fair, is what I'm planning on doing as well. I'm pretty sure I have the staff already. It's an online Air Dragon only drop. But then you have Holy Affinity, so you don't. Okay. No ice spell. That's an issue. Wait. Yeah, spell screen's a waste. I'd swap that out for an ice spell, personally. Okay, those three are the big ones. You want those on all your mages, all your Magick Archers. Not just mages. That's fine. Stability. That's really good on spellcasters too, because it just makes them less likely to be interrupted. And I see no use for that. I think this one's a wee bit better though, from what I recall. She has the three main elements we need covered, also as well as holy. Allium's fine, and yeah. So there we go. Goodbye, I'm not Lisa. Gives you some nice arguments. I feel like there's some, or there we go. And let's see if I can remember what we were even doing outside. Alright, the Nameless Man. I remember. I'm not a goldfish, honest. Yet another pawn wearing the Queen's clothing armor set. It's a bit sad. It's lazy, I feel. Not a fan. Just like you'll see male pawns wearing Julian's armor set. Or either variant of it. Because they can't be bothered to actually think about the armor set they put on their pawn. It's a little understandable if you're just starting out, because they do have good defenses just out of the gate at the beginning of the game. But very quickly, just any old thing that you grab and slap together will have better stats. So I always run up here for this first initial encounter with the Nameless Man. If you listen closely, you can actually hear the lizard men down there making gurgly noises. Yeah, best we return at night, she says. So I actually have to be careful because they just suddenly poof appear around these rocks. So definitely make sure you save, because they definitely can pack a wallop. They have some strength behind them. If they've eaten their Wheaties. Of course, we have to wait for it to actually be night time for them to spawn. So, Lead and Globe, I'll explain how to, because that's one of the items you actually have to craft. I don't think you can actually just find it whole somewhere. But I'll double check and let you know next stream if I'll make a note of it. Come on, nighttime, anytime. I'm going to go ahead and save again, so if I get one shot randomly, we don't have to wait so bloody long for it to be night again for them to spawn. After the reload. So, a nice signal that it's suddenly nighttime is when your pawns randomly pull out the lanterns. Also, we forgot to give you a Worm King ring. Oh dearie dear. Of course, you're a mage, you're already casting fairly quickly because you don't have the big heavy hitter spells. So it's less pressing. Yeah, see, they just come like a bat out of hell at you. No one likes spammers. Go ahead and take advantage of the healing, I guess. Although it's a bit slow. So I'll go ahead and shoot and do this. Alright, so 3 of them spawned there. Now let's run to the quarry. And at night here, wolves like to venture further out from the forest. Same with the goblins and hobgoblins. There'll be more of them along the road even. And of course there are going to be plenty of undead spawning up here. You can already see them starting over there. Easy as. Undead warriors in here. Go ahead and save again for safety's sake. As you can tell, these are just going to keep popping up. But yeah, oh, the nameless man. One of them's a mage over here. Obviously he's not going to take much magic damage. And there's a strider and another ranger. Right, they're gone. Now to Moonsbit Pass. There's only one that spawns here. He's a sorcerer. So normally I'd say take the shortcut, but he can spawn up here as well. So it's fine to just take the long way through. Do watch out for boulders though, once you get on up here. So he can spawn up here. Considering he's not introducing himself, it seems he didn't. So we'll go on up this way. Once again, try to watch out for the boulders. And honestly, I can't remember the last time he spawned down there, so it's perhaps, I don't know if it's been patched or changed. Maybe it's different in the PC version. Go ahead and take these harpies out because they'll get in the way. Okay, this one. Yeah, there he is. For some reason he takes more magic damage than the other mage did. And now, there's only one more set, but they're more zippy kind, they like to spam shearing wind, so they can melt through your health really quickly. Pretty sure this next set are all ladies. And after that, I'm fairly certain it doesn't matter whether it's daylight or not, the leader will spawn right outside Cosmos. So, just ignore the walls, although they will be a bit tismy as we try to fight these assassins. Foreign knife. Those are for gifting, they're throwing, but they don't really do any damage. Worth mentioning. So, just around here, around these rocks, yeah. Alright. The Bournes must have taken the other ones out, because when that update pops up, that means that all that's left is the leader. So we'll head here to castle this, ignore the bandits and all that. Not worth our time. We'll go ahead and take a quick detour in here just to check the notice board. Oh dear, game seems to have crashed on me. That's a bit frustrating. Hopefully it's auto-saved. As it updated for the leader. We'll just ferry starting to cast it as if so. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay. so it didn't save for us. So we'll have to go down here to the ladies again. Let's make sure everything's doing alright. Alright. Just as before, over here on the boulder. A foreign knife again. Perhaps that's all that can appear in this quest, in this chest. Okay, just a little lower for the ladies to spawn. Should be 3 of them. Alright. And yeah, sure enough, it doesn't update. Sorry. I'll go ahead and tell you the cause of this. And the leader should be out here after he reads a novel to you as his introduction. Oh, there he is. Never mind. Easy as. So now we'll just do what we were going to do before and check the notice boards. Okay, nothing worth grabbing there. Ah, some minor miracle, but there's nothing new. Actually, I think we'll call it right there. We'll rest till morning, and then we'll head out, kill some bandits. We don't need the Gardener's Pyramid anymore. Now we don't need the Ensign letter, but we do need to turn in the tightly folded letter in Grand Sora. So, get rid of these items that we are rewarded for quests. That was some heavy materials she had gotten. Lots of rotten stuff. Alright. So, that'll be all this time. We've completed stage 3 and done most of stage 4, side quest wise. Next time we'll actually explore the southwest area, take a little detour from questing for at least the first part of the stream. And we'll go up there and kill a drake. And then do the Cyclops quest. Then we'll get back to Grand Soren and we'll go up there. We'll do the conspirators. And I will also double check about the leaden globe. As for these King Bay leaves, well, 3 of those grow at a time there by the gravestone in the Witchwood. So you simply just have to wait for them to respawn, or just go to the Black Cat and forge new copies of them. So until then, thank you for watching. See you next time.